Okay. That should be it. All right. This should be the ending, hopefully, of building out the mission system, and hopefully it'll work right off the bat. And within like an hour or so, we should have a working gameplay loop. I mean, technically, we already had that loop. It's just that uh, uh, it was more like the player can traverse these different areas right now, but of the game. But the idea here is that once the um, once the system for taking a quest, basically missions, and then the game will either spawn the mission or just basically the system of taking the mission, going into a mission, clearing that mission, going back and then submitting the quest exists. Because once that feature exists as a framework, all the other variations of quest types and the other behaviors are pretty much just going to have to fall in line. They're going to just follow that framework, which is huge. It's a huge step, and that's closing the gameplay loop. Then from there, I think I can just show it. I'm not sure if it's going to show in OBS right now, but from there, it's just going to be taking a step back and developing out this part. Let me just double check that this is actually showing. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So from there, it's just about showing this part now, which is pretty much just connecting when I click start game. Uh, when I click start game, it should lead me to the character select, which is going to be just, I'm thinking of capping it at three. Three different characters that you can have at once. And you select that character. If there's nothing there, it's a new game. And it'll handle new game. You go in, um, and you enter that map that you saw me at in debug. And then from there, you should be able to go to towns. So at a very, let's say, like open sandbox kind of situation, the game should just allow you to progress in that way, right? Like you can get items and so on. That's the idea. So yesterday I spent the day before yesterday, I spent the time trying to connect the UI and then realized that their data side needed to be built out. So I was building that out and didn't. I underestimated how much the data side was going to involve big time. So I made a wrapper class for the mission stuff. That's all done yesterday, off camera, but I'm gonna be in that code still because it's not actually complete. It needs some work. Let's get some music going. Um, no. So I did actually work on some music for the game. Uh, I'm not sure if I want to share it quite yet. It's pretty rough, but we're going to be doing a couple of things. Took care of a few little things yesterday, basically. Uh, Besides just coding, coding can it can burn you out pretty bad. Like I think I can go for. It depends on how much pre-rest I've had, but I can go per day probably four, maybe. It's between 4 to 5, maybe 6 hours of just good code coming out of me. Uh, and then after that, it's just like I can still do stuff, but it's going to be like tomorrow's problems are going to start coming up, um, which is not good. Uh, okay, there we go. Yeah, that's incorrect. I need to go back at some point and take a look at that, but yeah. Uh, so I'm reading chat, but I'm not going to be commenting in chat. Um, Okay. Next is we need to get this thing working. I was debating about that one, but no. That would have been fun. Alright, I guess I thought I had the window open. I guess not. Maybe I accidentally... No. Yeah, and we... Oh, I think... No. Let's try reopening some stuff, see, because apparently I must have closed. Yeah. Nope. 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 Yeah, I must have closed it or lost it, whatever. Let's just hope that they don't really remember which one was the one. I think it's this one. So what was I gonna... Nope, that's not it. That was not it. I think it was this one. Nope, that's not it either. You know what? I'll just... Yeah, we lost it. Darn. It was pretty good too. I was enjoying it. I don't know where it went. I was listening to it for like a second and then it just vanished. Just continue where we left off yesterday with this one. That should do it. So yeah, basically, there's nothing really here. We just have like the settings stuff, whatnot. Like start game doesn't work right now. And this is the... I was debating. I wanted to go super minimalist with the UI, but it just... Maybe down the road, like when I get out of pre-alpha and into alpha, I'll hit the UI one more time. But I like this super minimalist UI, but it just doesn't work for some situations. Okay, let's get to work. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff open here, but that's because a lot of these things are just like references. This should look familiar if you were watching yesterday. Sorry, from 2 days ago. This was all stuff that I had done then. I think, what is this? Yeah, these are stuff that I had done then. These are icons. These are just references to this, so we can just get the icon type. So this should technically be working. What we were building out is, I believe, commission board, right? And we were building out the API for this. And last night I was thinking, should I really split these into two things? And I think we should. There's going to be a third one, I'm thinking also, for when you complete or when you abandon a mission, in case I want some type of stuff to happen there. To follow the flow of what's happening here, it's, let me give you the top level view right now. What's done is we have ways of getting information out of this, but what this needs is ways of dynamically putting information into it. So in order to do that, we created a mission generator, I believe. It's, mission board, generate missions, here we go. Right? And for right now, it just has a static call to create a mission, and we also created mission details. right? And the mission details, let's go into this, are working off of what's called a factory pattern. The idea is that we call the specific mission detail we want. So in this case, it would be slay enemy mission. And it will create a piece of data on its own, sort of. We have to put in some information. So one piece of information we have to put in is the target. And I've marked these off. So the target is expecting an array that contains an array of the name, the minimum level required, and the amount. This is expected. The target's going to have this. And then when we go over here, we'll check. We'll say, wait, where are we? Yeah, okay. So when we go over here, here we go. Okay. So, right, okay, I get it now. So basically, one sec. Something is not right with the logic here. Try get enemy data. Right, so we get enemy data. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. So this is this information right here, and we have our try get, which will return null if this is not something. This right here is not, or the name of the enemy is not something that should exist inside of enemy data, in which case it might be a persistent entity. In which case this name is something else that's handled outside of this. And this is just going to check for that. And then it's going to create these tasks. So let's take a look at what this method's actually doing. It generates data, what it does is that it's producing a dictionary that defines a quest. So it's doing it specifically for the slay enemy missions. So it's going to define a quest. It doesn't actually create the quest, it just defines the parameters of the quest. But it does create tasks inside of the quest. And it also will create conditions for whether that quest starts or fails. Out, right? So if like the quest is supposed to fail after 3 months in game, then this will handle creating that condition. So this is handling it through a requirement. Where is requirement set? No, it's not handling it through requirement. Mission conditions. There we go. So where do we set the mission conditions? I think we're setting it up, right? So this is what's called inheritance and polymorphism. So this is what create looks like here. But what we do is that we call super, and super allows this to go back up a step. And that's here. So now we have, even it looks sneaky, right? Because it looks like, hey, this is a very simple function, but it goes up. It's still simple, but it actually is putting this information, the rest of this information here. So the pattern here, what I like to do, some people do it differently, but I like to keep all of the, if I've created the property, unless there's a very explicit reason for it, but when I've created the property, I like to, in the factory pattern, handle that property inside of the class it was created in. So in this case, like, even though I might have things like the mission host ID from down here, I have declared the mission host ID over here. So I don't want to set any information about it anywhere else. For stuff like this though, like mission parameters, I have to, right? Like this is the specific case that I mean, and type also, because create at the upper level doesn't know or shouldn't care what type this is. No, it doesn't know what type it is, right? I could check like with self, but then I'd have to check for each one of the types, and that would be a massive if statement or switch case. So instead, what I do is I just tell it the type that it's supposed to be, which is this. And then I have it, I mean, technically I could just pass in, like, I could just pass this in, right? I could pass in, where is it? Yeah, slay. I could pass in slay enemy mission here instead of putting the enum. But the reason why I did this is, we can serialize this, right? Like this turns into an integer when serialized. So by serialization, what I mean is when we save and load the game. So I can just load the game and it'll just easily come back as like as whatever integer this represents. And then when we're doing a load, we can just get this type and then match it against this dictionary. Where is it? It should be... Oh. Yeah, we can match it against... I was looking for something more expansive. But we can just match it against this dictionary. And that's it. Alright, and actually... this should be... this should be this. There we go. Right? And that's how that works. So now we can just check this type when we go here. Where is it? There we go. And instead of doing this, we can go generic. Okay. And quick way of just showing how it's done. It's basically like that. Generic. Okay. And mission details. There you go. Okay, so now this enum is represented, or this is called mapping, is mapped to this. I mean, it's more expansive than that, but sure. Then we also have this now. So this is the reason why I didn't just inject this code directly into the quest script and made this wrapper for it. This and many others. So you'll find that there are some other like mission host ID and stuff like that, right? The quest doesn't care about these things. Quest shouldn't really care about these things. The quest only cares about the details of the quest itself. The mission host, the person who's hosting the quest and things like that, the commission board should care about that. So even though, like, yeah, all these things are probably duplicated to some extent in the quest, depending on the quest, it's exactly like that. It depends on the quest. These will always be here, or always be required by the commission board. So in ways, these can inform the quest and so on. I'm not going to get too deep into it, but we also have this over here, which can be used to help determine if the quest should show up when the player is looking at it, depending on the context. So if you're looking at an NPC's quest, or if you're looking at the quest board, you shouldn't see quests that NPCs might have accepted, right? Because you can't actually interact with those. Those are like quests that are being done by somebody else. But the ones that you've taken, you can see player accepted, right? Now let's say like you want to find out, well, you're talking to an NPC, hey, NPC, what quests have you taken? You can just check that. So that's what this is set up to handle. And of course you have the quests stored here. And then this is serialization. So we have save load. All right, pretty simple in Godot, the way I've set it up. We just save data. It's just tedious typing it out, but for the most part, this is it. And then we store it into a dictionary and push the dictionary out. This is going to go up layers until it gets to the save load data structure where it's taken care of. So let's go back to the commission board. Okay. One sec. So with that explained, we can now start working on this. I'm trying to remember now, where did I leave off? I was just I broke myself to burnout the other day, so it's like I didn't take the time to say, hey, this is where you left off. Sometimes I'm good about remembering where I left off. Okay, let's see. I think we were finished with this. I think we were trying to at this point make the generator, or we're about to test it out. We have onboard changed, so we need to make the connections between the UI and onboard changed. So let's go to the UI. Okay, so there is a step here. Where is it? Over here. Yeah. Oh, I did it already. Ah, okay. Alright, so I took care of that. That's nice to see. Okay. Apparently I was on that grind yesterday. I didn't even... Yeah, that's cool. Let's see. Okay, so now the UI, updates the UI to no. So, what's next? We have add commission here, which takes in mission details. I'm thinking it looks like we have all of the tools necessary to try to generate one. Right, this generate commission board is useless, I think. I don't think it'll work for us. Let's just toggle it off right now. We don't need this. So let's start from over here. Yes, we do. So, the very first time that we create a commission board, we're going to have to do is create. Hey, howdy, Ethan. So, just walking myself through what I need, the process for putting the system together. So the very first time we create this, so the way that this is going to be is similar to how I showed before. It's going to have to be serialized, the information. So I'm going to just show like what it looks like to grab serialization from a lower level and bringing it up, and then showing how it hooks into the main system. So I think once serialization is done, then the creation process for the factory pattern should be easy enough to navigate. So let's do that. So serialization again is just saving and loading. Right? So save, I think I named these save data. And it's going to return dictionary. For now, like that. And this takes in dictionary. So you'll notice that my pattern is very similar to, where is it? Where is it? My pattern here is very similar to the ones that you're going to see in the mission details. Right? Save data right here. So the benefit of having done this is now we just need to look at, well, what properties do we actually have here that we want to persist? One is the location data. When the next update, so next update is supposed to be when the commission board is going to update all of the different missions that are going to be on it. So it'll try to get rid of old missions and add new missions and things like that. And also obviously the commissions and submissions list. So we only have 4 things right now that we want to serialize. So let's do that. Very simple. I like to do it this way. So this is Godot's built-in system for... So this is exactly the same thing as doing this in Godot. Right? This is just the shorthand of it. Godot looks at this right here and knows that this is talking about a dictionary, because these 2 symbols together mean dictionaries. Right? You can see that right here, actually, again, happening. So over here, do that. And so we have location ID and next update. So we can do it this way, which I think is fine, but we could also do it this way. Is, I think, better. Sometimes it's better. Sometimes the other way is better. Depends on what I want. So now this is where it gets tricky, because we're dealing with arrays. How are you doing, Ethan? It's nice to hear. I was worried if I was being annoying. Okay, so commission and submission list. So you can actually set the types here. Well, technically I set the types for this, so Godot should know that this is an array of containing specifically this type. But I can set it myself here. Now, Godot will throw errors if this is an arbitrary type and then I try to set it here. So in that case, we have to duck type it, or we go like I is mission details. Okay, like that. And then the code underneath this within that will know what mission details is. But because I've already set the type previously, I don't have to do all of that. So then we can go. Okay. So now, what I'm trying to do here is serialize this information. So the next thing is we actually want to make a let's make it like this. Right, and we're going to store that as that. Yeah. I feel like I've made it. Yeah, I've made a mistake. Okay, so this is actually like this. There we go. And so now we can do comList.append, because this over here, I just let myself get confused. This is an array, so we're just going to drop this into an array, and we're actually going to do the other one too. Var sublist, just so I don't get hung up on that again. Append I.save data. You see how simple we've made that for ourselves? Submission list, and there we go. Okay, so now we put these into out. So this is the dictionary part that I was getting hung up on. So here we'll call these submissions. And I guess above that we'll do out. Okay, there. And we're done, at least so far with this class. If I expand it, then I have to add more, obviously. But now to get that information back, right? We'll start with the simple one. We do, where is it? We do location ID. We're gonna do data. So Godot has this get, which is a safe way of handling information like this. I'll show you why it's safe right now. It's location. And in case it doesn't have location, we can just do vector2 i.min. Right? This is going to give me some weird number. Well, not weird, it's a negative number that's like huge. So when I debug, if I see a negative number that's huge on all of this, then I know that something went wrong. That's just my thing, how I've done it. And I can tell you exactly where it went wrong. It had to deal with data persistence. Right. Like the alternative would be to put it as 0, which might be confusing. Because 0 might actually exist on the map somewhere, and what if there's something at 0? Like that min will never exist on the map. It's just such a huge number that it just couldn't possibly exist. Let's see, I don't think anybody's computer could run a map that large. Let's see, by square dimensions, I mean. Let's see, next update, and it's just the same pattern. Data.get. and I named it next. And this one is looking for a date and time, so it's an integer. I have a time system built already, so it just spits out an integer value. You put this as -1. So if it's -1, then again I'll know, because there's no time value at -1. Right, so I know that it's not the problem with initialization, it's a problem with data persistence if I see it. And this is where it gets tricky again. So we have to go var com list. And note, I do not statically type these, because Godot does not like when you statically type from a dictionary. Right, and again, I can just put this as a safety, right? Where this will always be giving back something. It's not really necessary for this one. For these, it helps. It just keeps the game running instead of breaking. Okay. And now we have to do the iterations. So for I in. This one's going to be a little bit tricky, because we have to find out what type we're dealing with and then instance off of that type before we can actually run load on it. For I in com list. So first we have to do obj, which is going to be equal to the so let's look at this real quick. I want to find out what the name is. Type. So it's just type. Data dot type. Okay. Okay. Yeah. What the heck? There we go. So we go mission details dot type dot I dot get, and we will put type, or what was the alternative again? I think it's just generic is what I had put before. Yeah. And I think we just do new here. Yeah, and we can't do this. I mean, yeah. Okay. That, I'm not sure if I need to explain exactly what just happened there, but basically, this is instancing a dictionary stored class based on the type that was serialized previously when we did the serialization down here. So we just tapped into the serialization because it stores its own type, and then we instance that. And now from here we can do obj.load data I, right? And now we've created that, and then we can do add commission. OBJ. right? And so now we add the commission back to the commissions board. It's always a good thing also to do this. We just clear the stuff that's already in there, if anything is in there. And this is going to be pretty much the same process. Okay. Now obviously these are not commissions, these are submissions. So So this is the question that I was having before on if I want two different arrays or not. Right, the submission and commission. And this can be solved in two ways. I can expand the information inside of this. Let me see. Let's take a look. We might not need to do any of that. We can just do accept commission again. We can run get entity and then just pass in the ID. So what is this ID exactly? Get commission ID. What is get commission ID? Oh, it's the quest ID. Okay. Huh. So we just need the quest ID and the entity that is currently trying to own this submission. So we can do that easily. Let's just do it that way. It's a little bit more, but it's easy. So this isn't going to work like this exactly. Right, like this part works fine. But here now, we have to do subject, which is going to be persistent entity, which is going to be equal to game data. You know what, let's actually just name this entity. Or, yeah. Yeah, I guess entity. Get entity. And we can use obj dot can I type this? Let's see. I don't think we can. I think it's going to give me an error. So I'm going to just do it like this. Because you can do it like this. And it won't give you an error for a while. Like if you run this, this is going to give me an error. But it does still allow me to do this. And I get access to the information inside of it. So I just need the mission host ID. Right, and then I can just remove this afterwards. And so now we know which entity is making the request, and the ID of this should be the obj dot. This is going to be a string. Quest ID. Okay, and then we're gonna do. So the first thing that we have to do actually is this: add commission obj, and then we're gonna do accept commission the ID and the entity. There. There's a neater way to handle this, which would be, but it's a bit extra, basically creating a dictionary, tying this ID to that dictionary, and then having this reach that dictionary. But this is kind of already doing that internally, so I'm not too worried about it, and it only happens when we load. I can show you what getEntity does internally if you care to see that, but this is a whole other design lesson in data structures and how to get convenient data from different places. Like this is not a singleton, right? But it's going through a singleton pattern to get to various data. And in order to set that up, you have to set up systems instead of setting up... so usually people consider these things like manager class, controller class. I like to have systems classes. And of course you also have your singleton class. So singleton class like the game manager and so on are very useful, but sometimes some classes don't need to be singletons, they can just be systems. These systems can be nodes, they can be raw code, whatever. But the idea is that you just want to have access to these systems because each one of these systems is encapsulated in a way that they're not communicating with anything else really. They're just responsible for the specific things they're responsible for. So in this case, we want to get the entity manager, but I don't want to have to go through the game manager to get to the entity manager. Instead, I just go through the game data and then get the specific functionality from the entity manager that I need, which is the getEntity. And entity manager itself has its own getEntity calls and whatnot that this is using to handle that. So it's pretty rudimentary stuff, but it's nice once you've set it up. It's a pain to set it all up, but once you've set it up, it's nice. And so yeah, the process here is that we add the commission, and then we get the entity that had originally wanted the submission. So this is important. There's a timing system here. This will only happen after every entity has been, like when we load the game, we lose all information except for Godot preset information. Anything that was made by the player is gone. Then when we load, we have to recreate the game state as the player made it, right? So we have to do that in steps. So the first step is I create all of the characters, right? Well, actually, technically the first step, Godot already just has the map there. The second step is we have all of the character data. The third step is, we load all of the character frames. So the actual objects are there, they just have no definition. The second step is then applying definition to those objects, and then applying definition to those objects. So the second step is we create the empty shell characters, and then we store the empty shells inside of the data manager. So the data manager is now aware of all of the empty shells. Then we provide all of those empty shells information. So now they're all characters, including the player. And then after that, we go through, it's easy to just show it. Is it somewhere here? Game manager. I think it's happening in the data manager side, or the game manager. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and it's just using awaits, right? So first we have the transition that's going to happen, and then we do load game, and we get back data from load game. And we go to the location manager, and we set its initialization to false, or its initialized state to false. And then we await the entities manager to load the data. So that's the process I just described. And once the entity manager is done, then the game environment will load its information. And we give the game environment 1 second to do this. And then we tell the transition to wrap up. And that. So the way that this I've discovered, it depends on everybody's project, but the way that I've discovered is that for things that are related to the character, like the player, you want to have that loaded first, and you want to do it in two pieces. You want to load the character's framework, in other words, like the position of the character, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You don't care about that. The very first thing you want is the object that is the character to be loaded. And then once you've set up the character's situation and it's in its default stage, that's when you load in the character's information. In this game, I have a ton of characters, so I'm making it for 2,000, maybe 3,000 characters. So that's just the process that I've seen. And then I have this transitions queue to wrap up the transition. So this will just tell the transitions, hey, it's time to wrap things up. And then I await for its outro. And I just do a toaster. Hey, the system's loaded. This lets a little message come up on the side saying, loaded the game. I should do one for saving, but that's a different thing. But that's how... This is the system I'm hooking into right now with this. With this. So now we have our load done, right? This is it. Okay, so now that we understand what we're loading and what we're saving, we can handle the creation. This is the factory pattern initial creation. And this will be created from over here. So we have to go one step. Civil locations. Civil location. So these are like the towns, the cities, and all this other stuff, right? This is the abstract layer. There's stuff that's going to inherit from it. But there's a dictionary here called amenities, I think. Where is it? Yeah, here it is, amenities. Okay. I don't need to do this, I just like to be explicit when I code. Technically this, without this, does this by default, right? It'll return null. So now, this... Correct. You want to, in order to minimize your risk of, bumping into timing issues, it's best to handle data for each, how do I put this? If you have a world, you want to make sure that the world's information is handled separately from the character's information, and that the character itself doesn't rely on object or information from anything happening in the world. So like, let's say like one thing that would obviously be connected would be the character's position in the world. Well, you want to make it so if you're loading your game again, that character's position is already stored on the character in a serializable form. That's anything that is a string, an integer, basically basic structs, and it has no relation whatsoever. It's not connected in any way to the world's information. That way, when you're loading the character, all of that information can be loaded and it won't say, hey, I can't find the connection to the world to get this location. Right? So none of those processes, it's just raw configuration, as you've said, Frolensky. And then when you get to the world, now you can do whatever you want. It's fair game, right? Because the character is already there. So you can just tap into that character and say, hey, yeah, I need this information, and so on. And you won't have... It just, for me, I found that it took so much weight off the shoulders to approach it in that way, to break it into different segments. But then the character needs to have its own break apart. Like, you have to have the, as you've recognized, instantiate the object itself and then apply the configurations after. So instead, let me go a little bit further. Instantiate the character, log the characters that you're instantiating, and then apply configurations to the characters in that log. Right? I mean, actually, let's take a look at Entity Manager real quick so you can see the process. Where is it? Create new entity. Oh, I was just looking at it and passed it by. This is... Okay. So this is handling when we actually just create the entity. So let's not do that. So this is, I do this. This is, some people say it's overkill. I say it's exactly the type of kill that I wanted. This is how I get randomized ID information. So I just get the current time, and then I pick a random number in that time, and then I just set that as the ID of each character. There is absolutely zero chance, I mean, it's infinitesimally small, you'll end up with two things with the same ID this way. And no, a lot of people make the assumption that Randy does this already. It does and it doesn't. Right? It's entirely possible that you could go outside of the scope of Randy, and then you'll end up with two characters that are two Randy results that are identical. With this, it's virtually impossible. You've added layers of complexity that it just makes it you'd count all of the stars in the universe 100 times before this happens. Okay, so this is just the initial creation. We're looking for the load. Yeah, here we go. So, so one of the key things is the await, right? We should always be using await in these loads, I think, because it helps to space out to make sure that certain things have happened before we move into the next thing. Godot is just really finicky about handling its order of operations across different classes. So even though I might have expecting it to go like, okay, we've loaded this data and it's doing this stuff, because if I am instantiating something into the world and then making it a child, and then let's say somewhere else, even though the object has instantiated, the object has not reached ready yet. And because it hasn't reached ready, when I try to access it from somewhere else, something that I might have been trying to set up in ready might not have happened yet. And then let's say, oh, well, one solution is to put it into enter tree. Well, hold on a second. There's a ton of stuff that aren't just built into Godot that aren't available yet because you've used enter tree. You usually want to wait until after enter tree before you do these things, right? Like, let's say you have a lower hierarchy object. That's in Godot, the order of operations is that the lower hierarchy goes off before the parent, right? It reaches its ready before the parent. Okay, what happens if you need something inside of that lower hierarchy that's now going to need the parent? You have a problem because the parent isn't ready yet. So you have to wait for that. And if you're tapping into that information, it just creates so many entanglements for no reason. So it's just best to throw in your awaits at higher levels. So like here's one. So these NPC entities, right? This is just, right now I'm only creating 3, I believe, at most. It's like a random number between like 1 and 3 that I'm creating each time. But basically, we have here my state machine that's on each entity, and I have this weight. This is a custom class. If you wanted to do it on your own without... this, by the way, is available on the library, the Godot asset library. I posted it up there. So if you feel like you want to use that, you can use that. There's another way to type this, which which can be done native to Godot. We go while entity and yeah, this is rough to type without using my system. It's entity.state machine. Okay, yeah, this is rough to type because I'm running into a situation now where what if the state machine isn't there? So we can do it this way. We have to nest it while. Whoops. Okay. And so now this will wait for the entity to actually get a state machine. And then now we can assume that is entity. Just making my life easier. So now we can do M. And we can do this. And we can basically just copy paste that. Right? And this would be kind of doing the same thing as this right here. Right, I just didn't feel the need to have to create so many timers and all the extra code. But this is, if you wanted to do something similar, where you wanted to wait for your scripts to actually get to certain points and initialize and things, this would be the pattern to get that done native to Godot. But we should all develop helper tools. You don't have to use mine, you could do your own, but this is a pretty good helper for me. But yeah, basically, we wait until we know that the entity is active, and then once that entity is active, we move on and enter its information. This is the configuration information right here, but we enter that into a dictionary that stores the entity's ID. And then we actively put the shell, this is the shell of it now, into the active entities, which exists outside of the scope of load data. It's just something that's stored, it's cached outside of this. And then we do the same thing for the player. And then after we've made sure, like if we've gotten to this point, we have all of the shell information and we've stored all of the configuration information separately. Now it's time to inject the configuration into that, and that's basically what this is doing here. We go through loads, which was this, right? And we go through the keys for loads, which is all of the entity IDs, and we just get the entity. Right, get entity is a class that's built into this that's looking for the keys, and then it's going to get the shells, and then which is the entity itself, and then we run load data, which is where we're injecting now the configuration, and that's how it is. It's as simple as that. And then after that, for I in get children, we check to see if each entity is active. In other words, we've gotten to the point where each one of them runs initialized. So inside of their load, they have an initialized check. And we're going to just check to see if they're not initialized, and then we wait for them to become initialized after. And then we emit load completed, which is going to complete the await, because the await call for load is going to be basically waiting for load completed. And we set dirty to false, which allows other things to happen inside of this script. And we also have this. This is just something that I like to put also, just to check to see if the system is ready. All right, but this is the order of loading the character. We've split it into two different parts. We have the shell and the data organization happening here. Then after we've made sure the shells are all done, we take that data that was organized and we inject it into the shell. And then that's it. I can't really show it, but it's built into Godot. If you go over your folders and then like right click them, it won't show up when I do it. But if you go over to your folder, right click them, the the fifth option down will be to change the colors. So if you have Godot open, just go over to one of your folders, right click it, and you'll see like create new folders, expand, and all this other stuff. No problem. And don't worry about sidetracking. I like being sidetracked. It makes my brain slow down a little bit. As long as it's helpful, you're good. Okay, let's get back to, where were we? The commission board. So we were creating this now. So you saw this part, right? So now, actually, let's connect this to that whole system that you saw me show you before. And it's very simple. I'm going to show you how, even though this part was a little bit of work, now take a look at this. We can go here and go to the save data here, right? And we can just do this. Oh, whoops, it's actually part of amenities. There we go. And now we've added the whole commission board stuff that you saw me working on to the system that you just saw before. Do that one step. Now we need to load it, obviously. And loading is always trickier than adding. You know what? Let's do it this way. Right? Now, I'm doing it this way instead of creating like a map like I did before because I don't anticipate having a lot of amenities. Right? Meanwhile, with the other one, I had to make a map because I have no clue how many variants to quest types there are going to be. Like, I should have an idea. I think it's going to be maybe around like 10 or so. But I figure more or less it's going to be like 3 or 4 amenities at most when you go to a location. But yeah, this is hooked in now, the save load system. So whatever, and this doesn't care about the details anymore, right? About whatever is in here. It just needs to make sure that it has save and load. I can do whatever I want inside of the commission board now, and it's part of the save system. All of the data is persistent. Which I find very convenient. But now we need to complete the factory pattern for this. This is when we're creating a new commission board. I find it easier, actually, to create these. Like, my brain just has an easier time. Huh. Is this getting a super or not? Static font created from data. I see. There should be a create call, no? There should be a create call somewhere here, but I guess not. Maybe I was... This is one of those cases of you were working and burned yourself out, and so this turned into a tomorrow problem. And today is tomorrow. Oh man, I could just keep kicking the can and just work around it though. You know what, let's take a look at location, city. So this is inheriting what I was just looking at, civil location. So this is the call that I was looking for, create. This is crazy. So I gave this thing its own inventory. Out inventory. Interesting. I think I needed to get rid of this. It's been a minute since I looked at this. But this is just one of the processes for creating towns and villages on the map procedurally. There's a ton of geometry going on here that I'm not going to get into right now. That's a sidetrack I don't want to touch. Not yet. I want to take care of this part first. Okay, so we create the store right here. This is bad because, well, no, it's good at the same time. Because not all civil locations will have a store. That's why I created it here. Gotcha. And so, right, and so it makes sense because not all civil locations will have a commission board either. But all cities should have it. Alright, I got you. So it's out.amenities. We have to take a look real quick. Civil location. When we saved it, what did we save it as? Oh, we don't even care what we saved it as. I gotcha. We just stored it over here and then we're just checking to see. Gotcha. Okay. So we want to put in our self in here. Why is this? Cannot use self inside a stat. Oh, right. Oops. Out. Okay. So the commission board is going to put itself in there, or the new commission board that we're creating in there. New location. And so, does this need any more information? That's it. That's all it needs. And we need to do an initial generation. So I think I know what I need. I think my brain is finally putting it together. See, that's what I mean. Like going to the end of the story and then working my way back helps me to parse together, like, what am I missing here that needs to be done? That's been my approach. So we're gonna go to generate missions, and I'm just going to do something like slay enemy. So this is gonna return mission details. Okay, so now we need to give this a definition. Right? So the way that it's supposed to work in this game is we're supposed to be getting quests from NPCs. Now, so the end goal of this is that NPCs are going to be putting in commissions, right? Like, let's say the NPC has a family member and a monster attacked there, and that family member needs rescuing, so that's a rescue mission. Or in this case, it might be the local magistrate that says, hey, we need to cull 15 of this particular enemy, right? So in this case, we want to have enemy data, right? The amount of those enemies, and the level, minimum level of the required enemies, which is an int. Okay, so we're going to set this to 1. It's going to be the last one. And we also want to know. Which entity is going to make this request. So we can put requester. And they're all persistent entities. Right? So this might not stick, though. This might not be. I think this part... I think this is all mandatory information. Minimum level, not so much. We might just do something like putting in the range, or sorry, the region instead. And then getting the level of the enemy from the region around the location. Which means we can probably get away with putting in the location. And we can get rid of this. Right? So the person who's requesting, the region that the request is being placed at, and the enemies and the amount of enemies. So now this is going to require a couple of things. So I put this over here to let me know exactly what I'm going to be needing. I'm going to need the name, the minimum required, and the amount of them. And they're supposed to be in this order. So the order matters with arrays. Oh, Godot. There we go. Okay. So the thing is that this is going to be an array. This is going to be an array. It's going to contain each enemy that I need to hunt, as well as the amount of them that I need to hunt. So the very first thing is we want to store the requesters. Let's get the actual meat and potatoes in. So we need the host ID and the host's name. This. Okay. Sometimes this is supposed to let you navigate back to the one that you just left, but it's like so random. Sometimes it works. It's crazy. Gosh, and now I forgot it already. Mission details. It is ID and host, I think. Create. It is ID and host. Okay. Like, it's just easier. Like, the one thing I wish they would put in is the ability to cascade these a bit. So, like, I could put these in folders for, like, the ones that I'm working on, and then just open that particular group. That would have been really nice. Okay, what else? We don't care about the type. The mission name is just going to generate a name on its own. The description, if I don't put in, so I can put in a name, but I want to leave it so that it just generates its own name. And I think I want to leave it to generate its own description for this. Like, in very specific cases, I might want to create my own description, but I have it so it generates its own. And the reward. We need to put in a reward. Oh boy, that's actually something I didn't remember. And conditions. Okay. So we actually have to have rewards. And this is a specific thing. Conditions. Okay. And then that's it as far as that goes. So the conditions for this one, let's take a look and see how it handles it. I think what it is we're gonna make it, we're gonna just give it, so let's go here, game, world time. And let's add 90 days to it. So every 90 days, the quest will fail basically after 90 days, is the condition that's being set here. Because slay enemy handles creating a specific kind of condition when we do generate. And then as for the rewards, we can probably put that in hunt info. So let's just do... it actually would be 2. Okay, and then when we go here, we need to have the target. Zero. This should be 1. Yeah, okay. So let me make this clear for myself. This is, get a little comment. I don't think we even need this. There we go. I find that helps me to understand what's inside of these a lot more. It's very useful. Basically, so now I can do this. Trying to think about your question. Set up the first autoload before starting the scene? The autoloads... So... Do you mean like... when you're starting the game, like the game automatically is loading, let's say like the game's configurations? Is that what you mean to say? Like it's something that's like just happening automatically that the player... I mean, the process should be the same, right? I haven't done configurations yet, so I don't have anything to really show you. Like, I mean, I've done it before for previous like game jams and projects, but I haven't done it in this project yet. I haven't made that yet. So it wouldn't be any different, really. It's pretty much just the autoload. It's the same concept. The autoload is kind of there already. And so, like, let's say you want to load your audio stuff and, like, the screen resolution and stuff like that that the player might have set from the previous session. It's really just a matter of using what's called a bootstrapper. So I'll show you my bootstrapper. So actually, let me just run this so you can see it, like, happening. So like in this scene, before this scene even happens, I have another scene that you never get to see. It happens within a frame. Where it's bootstrapped, right? So this is a scene that it's pretty much there in just about every project that you've ever played, any game that you've ever played. It just happens so quickly, you would never know. It's a scene before you even get to the splash screen. And that's your bootstrapper. So let me show you. My bootstrapper is very simple. Game booter. This is it. Right? And all it's doing is that it's entering the tree. This is the very first scene that's loaded. It enters the tree and it waits for the game manager to come in. Now the game manager is what's handling all of the save loading stuff, right? And inside, once the game manager comes in, and this is a auto load. Once the game manager comes in, it'll run boot game. And that's all of the other stuff. And now once I've run boot game, I can attempt to do like a load on the game's configurations. And again, it'll come down to, so like, let's say, for example, I could make something like await game manager, try, load, configs, right? I could do something like this. I would put that inside of boot game, where it would try to load the game's configs, and it would just be the same process that I've already shown for saving loading at that point. Technically you should already have everything split apart. Well, let me go to boot game. This is boot game. Boot game is just, so my state machine is a little bit different. It's event driven. So me calling change state is creating an event that is calling initialize game. So this is an abstraction. So unless you read my documentation or knew what I was doing, you probably would have gotten lost there. So basically this right here is calling this. But at the same time, it's putting the game in an initialization state. So nothing else is running except this. That's the point of the state machine. I have not posted this state machine on the library. But the idea here is we're just going through the process of loading. So if I had to, like let's say I needed to make the configurations for the game a thing, I would do it here. I would actually put it, I'd put it right after on initialization entered, right? Or I would actually, what I would do is I would have it connected to this signal, right? So when I emit on initialization entered, then I would have something connected to this signal that will listen for this event, and it will then attempt to load the configurations of the game. I'm not sure if that's answering it. Okay, not sure if I helped, but I'm hoping I answered your question. I wasn't too clear on what your question was exactly. Okay. Okay. All right, let's close this. Okay, so I was doing this, so, right. What are these? So it is the target path, amount, and level required. Do I set these automatically? No, we just have target. Oh, I'm so dumb. Ha! Okay, I gotcha. So what do we need here? I0 needs to be the enemy's name. Gotcha. We don't need all of that. This is not what I thought it was. This is... I think the second one was level required. And the amount. Stop and think about this for a second. This is basically this. So what we're trying to create is this. An array inside of an array inside of an array. I think this should just be a dictionary. Make life very simple for ourselves. And this hunt info. And this targets. There we go. So now let me just double check this one more time. It is... No, the second thing is min level required. Gotcha. Okay, and the item name and the amount. Oh shoot, this one is extremely detailed. I remember it. Man, this thing never works. That one is extremely detailed. Where is it? It's get rewards. There's like a part, I think it's at the top level. Because all rewards are pretty much get reward. Yeah, here it is. Okay. I didn't do myself the favor. So where are we getting this array from? Array is the mission reward. Gotcha. Okay. Did I at least put it in? Yes, I did. Awesome. Let me just make my life easier. Okay, so the first one is the amount of that item. The second one is the grade. Third one is the rarity. The fourth one is the element of that item. Now we don't need to put those in, right? We can leave those blank, and this will give me some random amount between that. That's how I've set it up ahead of time. And it'll also give me a random element if I don't put an element in. And then it creates the item. Okay. So, but this is the order. If I'm going to do it manually, then this is the order that it should be done in. Amount, grade, rarity, and the name is K. So then where do we actually set the mission rewards? Mission reward is going to be equal to... So it's expecting a dictionary as a mission reward. Gotcha. My main menu. Oh! You mean when I ran the game? Some of it is... I mean... I'm all over the place on art, so some of it is mine, some of it is assets, some of it is... It's just all over. Some of it is just like... very, very, very minimalistic stuff, and then I just piecemeal these parts together. And it just ends up looking better than the pieces, I guess. Like, I'll run it one more time. Like that, this Godot thing, yeah, this is me. And this is randomized. So like the shader effects and so on, that's all me. The UI specific, that's me. This stuff. And this is really just making use of 2 lines. to the maximum level. You know, it is what it is though. The point of a video game is to get it done. Or game development, rather, is to get it done. I have a friend who, well, I should say, I'll call him a friend, but he just released his game on Steam not too long ago. I promised him that I'd pick it up from months ago. He let me play it, and it's a very cool game. It's very much his very first release. I feel like he shouldn't have done a Steam release for his first release, but you gotta do what you gotta do. And, he has I would have felt much better about his release if he had done it like early access, put it that way. But he did like full release, and it got all of the criticism that you would expect of a full release. And I said, no, this is something that he needed to put a bit more time into. There are just so many little things that give bad first impressions. Right? But then at the same time, you have the complete other end of it, where you have someone who will be stuck in development hell because they just can't bring themselves to saying, hey, the project is done. Reward. But yeah, as far as like that goes, I'm all over the place. Some of the art is from my hand, some of it is from the internet, like I just buy the asset, and then some of it is like repurposed stuff that I had used for previous projects, and all kinds of stuff. Some of them I have like an artist come in, he just does the commission, and I'm everywhere. I have like, over time you just have a ton of these different pieces that you just start putting together and hoping that they look good. Yeah, I think he should have gone early access, I'll be honest. And it just didn't. Don't get me wrong, I like the way the game, what he meant to do with the game. It felt like he was in a good direction. It felt like a Nintendo game, kind of. It's just, that was not, like, I'll give you an example. Where is it? It should be under my game environment. I don't know if the game is even going to run right now if I try to run it, because I've been messing with stuff. Actually, let me see if the game even runs. If I can run the game, that would be nice. Because I've been messing with stuff, but I don't know if this stuff... Oh, it runs. So, this is just like the world map kind of stuff, right? So as the character moves around, you unlock these tiles. It's procedurally generated. I'm going to give myself more sight range. Give me a sec. There we go. Okay. Okay, like this over here is a dungeon. You'll notice that there's time flowing and stuff like that, right? So, as far as I'm concerned, like, what I'm trying to do, or what you're seeing me try to do is... Actually, hold on, before I go here. Where is it? Oh, that cloud is going hella fast. Ah, it's slowed down. Are there no towns? Where are the towns? I think the towns had an issue. There's no towns that spawned. Let me check. I don't think any towns spawned. No, it says that there are 28 locations. Let me give myself maximum vision. I made like a small change to the civil locations. Okay, here we go. I found a village. I'm pretty sure that village UI is broken. Something should be broken. Yeah. See, it's just showing me the submissions. Okay. So, yeah, the idea is I want to go to these. I want to go and get these submissions done so like I can pick one. And then I will get like a mission, like I could go here and then fight the enemies in this section over here. But this should be working fine. Yep, there we go. It's going to show me some information. I haven't reworked this UI yet. It's the old UI that I was messing with. And then we go in, and this is just for debugging purposes, but we go in and we can beat up some enemies. There's going to be actual, like, you're using your sword and whatnot, but for the purposes of just very quickly getting and testing damage and stuff, I just made this. And that's it. So then we slay a bunch of these enemies. It's for what I'm building right now, it's just going to track, and it should give me a little ping to let me know when I've slayed all of the enemies needed for the mission. And then once I fight the mini boss or clear the mission or whatever the requirement is for this map, then it's going to take me out, and I can go back to this town. And then go to the commission board again, clear the commission, and get the rewards for that. That's the gameplay loop that I'm trying to finish up today. That's the idea. This map is very small though. This is just my debug map. It's very tiny. But there's going to be tons of different biomes and stuff like that. That's going to all be procedurally generated. I mean, that logic is already there. I might refactor some of that code, but for right now it's working. Thank you. Let's get out of here. And you can see my damage numbers are popping up down here. I didn't do any floating numbers yet. After I finish this, I'll do that. So I'm going for a single player game, but there will be, I don't want to say Pokemon-esque, but more like you have minions. At a certain point in the game, you unlock minions, and you can you don't really directly control them. It's more like you can give them general instructions, and then they'll do things, right? So it's not like they're your teammates. It's an action RPG. You go in, you fight. You can fight alongside your minions, and then you can press C, and then like click over here, and then they'll like target that specific enemy or things like that, right? Or you could just tell them to just do their own thing. They'll go and try to accomplish things, and then I'm trying to think, like, if I have puzzles in a room, then they might want to solve the puzzles on their own, and all kinds of stuff, or help you in some way. Like, you could tell them, hey, stand on this tile, and then you go and stand on your tile, and then opens up the next area. Yeah, exactly. Right. Well, the maps aren't that big like Mountain Blade, but I might make maps even bigger. I'm not sure. It depends on how performance gets hit with what I have when I get it to that end. Good catch. Yeah, Mountain Blade is heavily inspired this game. Okay. So let's close this. So we're working on wrapping up this quest generation system. I think you can kind of see what I'm doing here. Like, I built this slay enemy, then I'm creating a very encapsulated way of just creating the data for hunt info. And hunt info is a dictionary now. Yeah, I should probably lead with that. So the game is very inspired as far as lore and story-wise by wuxia and Hellenic histories, as well as Gnosticism. So I've just recently started posting the images of what the characters are in the game as the thumbnails for it. But the idea is that it plays effectively like Mountain Blade, yeah, but just more action RPG. So it's not like Mountain Blade kind of feels, I mean, I love it also, but it feels kind of janky, the actual sword combat in a way. So I'm not going for that, I'm just going for ARPG combat. So I'm not going for like super in-depth, hold this way, you block, hold this way, you block, and then slash from that direction in that direction. Right? In the channel, you can actually see a previous video. It's an actual video, not a live stream. There's two of them that I posted of what I envision the combat to kind of look like. But I posted that was when I was working on in building this project in Unity. Since then, I took the time to learn Godot, did some game jams, and now I'm back to trying to build this out in Godot instead. It's a different kind of skill. Mountain Blade is definitely... So, I tried playing Mountain Blade on like the hardest difficulties, and going up against the AI on the hardest difficulty in sword combat, it's unforgiving, period, right? So it's like, you're not even dealing with normal behavior, you're dealing with a very clear machine that has fraction of the second interpretations of what you're planning on doing. I'm not sure if you've ever tried that. If you haven't, give it a try. Like, the AI on max difficulty is just like, wow. They're not even trying to hide the fact that this is a machine. So this isn't going in that direction. This is an RPG at the end of the day. So it's actually, I'll show you that part, since it sounds like you never saw that part of the game. I've shown it before. I'll show it now. But yeah, so this is like the level up system over here. Right? I can get to this just like this. Generally, you could always just go here, click it, but you wouldn't be able to interact with the focus. You need to actually have a specific situation. So this would be grayed out, in other words, normally. Like, you're supposed to be able to, like, go to a town, and then, or, like, in the field, you have to select, like, camping and stuff like that, and then in specific locations. And then you can use focus. So in wuxia stories, sorry, you pursue either martial arts or mystical arts. And the idea is that you are cultivating. Not sure if you've ever heard of Cultivation Simulator. Seth, the programmer, did a video on it. But the idea is within that area where you're trying to become an immortal, effectively, or a martial arts god, or a mystical god, or whatever. But it's very rare, it's very few. So right now, this character is in the emergent phase and is mortal, right? We actually have a quest system here. It says, finding the path. In a world where the mystical and mortal realms intertwine, the first step to true power is awakening your mana senses. So the game has different health bars. You start off with 2 of them, your regular health and your stamina. And once you've unlocked your mana senses, which is finding the path, which you do by just getting to the next level, you unlock the third, which is your mana, effectively. And these health bars, they function both as health bars and resources. So like if you're casting spells and so on, or if you're taking damage, all of that goes through those 3 health bars. And they're all on one bar. It's something that if you look at that previous video I was telling you about, you could actually see that bar. Like I've already designed it. I'm going to do it this time again, but this time I'm going to do it with shaders instead, because programming shaders in Godot is just much more linear. It's very easy to get my head around it. In Unity, it was like so scary to mess with shaders there programmatically. As far as like skill-based, I think this can kind of... So this is kind of... Again, this UI is the old UI. I haven't messed with it yet. But these are the different weapons. And as you go along, like there's going to be stuff like increased critical chance, and you get like with the swords at like rank 5, you'll get like an additional sword that will float around you and attack with you, and all kinds of stuff will be happening here passively. Same thing with spells. What's this? Yeah. Right? So, like, if I do this right now, so it's not hooked in. It doesn't show anything yet. But the idea is that if I go like this, you see time goes by over here as I'm cultivating. So there are items that you get in the game that you can consume when you're about to level up, right? And you notice this chance right here. There's a 5% chance that when I break through, I'll break through successfully. If I fail this breakthrough, though, I'll have to go through a tribulation, which is a mini game where if you fail, you get debuffs or you might die, things like that. But you get to use these items, and you notice that my chance is increased every time I use these items. And then at the same time, you'll notice that these items have stats on them, right? Like this one will give me plus 0.3 to my health, plus 0.72 to stamina, resilience, and longevity, right? And so once I break through using these items, my character's stats will build out towards the kinds of items that I've used to break through, right? And that's the looter aspect of the game, I guess. But you can build your character to be like super high mana by trying to hunt down items that might be boosting mana more, right? Well, actually, in this phase, you wouldn't get mana yet. In this phase, all of the items would have stuff like stamina and power. Mana would be the mana sensing phase, and then you start seeing items that give you mana also. And then once I break through, we go into another... We're still mortal, but we're in the discovery phase. And so let's go all the way. We're gonna break through... I'm gonna leave that last one there for you to see what happens when that goes through, because that's already set up. So we're in the ascendancy stage, and notice how... So this takes a lot more time. I'm debugging, so the number is huge in order for me to go. But time goes by as you're meditating and cultivating your core through to the next level. All right, so now we're in the ascendancy stage. I think this is the last stage of mortal. No, mastery stage. And so now this item is specific. Like, once I get through the mastery stage and break through the mortal realm and enter the mana sensing realm, you can't use items to help you anymore from the previous realm, right? There's items for each realm, so you kind of have to move through different areas to get the items that are specific to your realm. Well, actually, you can use items that are greater than your realm also, but those come with their own consequences if you do that. And boom. And quest Finding the Path is complete, and we're now in mana sensing. So, and then we go through that process again, and there's a ton of levels. Now, there's tons of things that are going to be used to your benefit, like, where is it? Right, so one of the things that we haven't made yet is the cultivation manuals. And these, I'm debating, like, on what they should look like. I'm thinking that it should be little sub-equipments that you can put in. Scriptures is what I'm calling them. That augment the manual and will change how your character works a bit. Right? Kind of like in like a looter, like a Warframe, where you have mods, and you would put like a mod on your character. But the difference is that when you put a mod in, the mod gains experience in this as you continue to use your cultivation in like fights and so on. And once you've gained a level in that mod, the very first level, it's locked in on that scripture is locked into that cultivation slot, right? So it's a part of what you're cultivating effectively. Yeah, and so that's basically how that works. We have a couple of errors happening. Not sure what that... Oh, the journal board. Makes sense. Okay. Yeah, so that's the picture. I think that's how the structure is going to be. Oh no! Targets needs to be, it's a dictionary. Right. So it should be... This is not... Oh, whoops. I'm right. I'm confusing two different things. Oh, my brain. I think I confused two different things. I confused items with enemies. I have to take a look at it again. Mission details. I confused the items with the enemies for how the data structure is set up. I need to just double check. So with enemies, we have the target, and the target is basically an array inside of an array. Right? And that array is then parsed over here. So we go try get. This is a useful little trick also when it comes to programming. We usually use like a catch, but Godot or GDScript doesn't support catch, so we can just use else or elif or whatever. But the idea is pretty simple. When we make a try get, I'll show you the internals of this in a second. Let me not get distracted. Give me 1 sec. Okay. We try get, which is going to give me the array which contains the name. Got it. So the target is just an array. Okay, so I was on the right path. I did it right. So this is just an array here. And we're just appending another array onto this array. And we should have a for loop over here, do we? Yes, we do. Gotcha. Okay, we're good. Okay. To be clear what this is doing, this is technically doing nothing until we utilize it. And we utilize it, so this is just generating data, and it'll create a data structure. And then we actually use the data structure here. We go generate quest, and then we grab the data that we've gotten, which is mission details. Right? And then we tell it, hey, mission details, I want you to generate your data for me. And then we create a quest, or we generate a quest this way. Where is generate quest? Generate. Okay, I think I get. No, we had generate quest. Data, generate quest. Mission details. I'm pretty sure we created generate quest. Where is it? Generate mission. Oh, that's why. Generate mission. There we go. Okay. So this will do generate mission, and which is basically just going to do create quest, and then logs the mission, and then just returns back whatever that quest was. Right? And that's it. So what we have to do here is whenever we have... Okay, good. And then we can do this. This is the one that I was like, my brain already had jumped into the next area, and was screwing me up. My hands weren't fast enough. The amount. So what was it? It was, I believe it was the item, the amount of that item. I believe it was the grade. What's easier? Let's check grade data out. Let's see. Ah, they don't exist. Yeah, it's better if I just do. Sure, we'll do it that way. Rarity. And the element. Oops. This one is packed with stuff in its but this doesn't need to be. So just doing this, basically, I'm not sure if you know, but basically we're just setting these ahead of time because we don't really need these fields. These are all optional. All right, we only need the amount, the item, and the info from the previous dictionary, if one exists. So now we have to do hunt info. Similar stuff. Sure, if no, let's just do it this way. Good. So again, a lot of this stuff is going to be auto-generated, which is why they're optional. Like down the road, they're auto-generated if I leave them blank. Now, the reason why I use the names instead of just bringing the exact element or the exact grade or whatever in is twofold. One is because of the data structure that I had set up previously with game data. I can actually just find these with just using the names or some ID. The second thing is for serializing. You're going to thank yourself down the road when you're serializing and the stuff is easily serializable, because when it's an object, you have to create whole systems and whatnot. Simply storing these names is just an easy way of saving your information effectively. And this is really only possible, again, because of the first way. I have data structures set up to be able to get to these informations. Right? I'll show you a piece of that in a second. Rarity. Okay, so like this is it basically. Like I made this system. So let's say like I want to get some element. And so this shows me all of my elements in the game. Alright. And so I can get to them that way. Oops. I feel like I'm missing something here. I feel like as if this is wrong. This is wrong. Gotcha. This is wrong. This is right. Okay, there we go. Now there's an upside and a downside to this, which I'm not sure if I want to deal with. Because I'm using the name as the key, I'm locked to having only one type of that item. So if we have like an item that has different ranks that we want to have as like 3 items of the same item, but they have 3 different ranks, we can't do that. That's the downside of using a dictionary for this, or rather, of using the item name as the key. There's a convenience that comes from doing this down the road. Yeah, there's no way around it that I can think of. I mean, I could just upend the system and do it a different way with just using arrays, but it's just the convenience here. I'll just have to not put multiples of the same items as rewards. If they're gonna do rewards, then that's the way it is. So now, when we make slay enemy, like we do create mission. Okay, so let's actually try doing this. We're gonna go to commission board, and we're going to do this out generate. And this should instead be refresh commission board. Okay. So now here, what? Oh, oops. What the heck? Oh, I forgot to save, that's why. So we're gonna make a new one, create random mission. And we're going to pass in self. Okay, so now create random mission, and then we go commissions, or rather add. Okay, so first we clear all of the commissions that are there, or actually what we should do let's make a function for it. Do we need to do this? I think so. I think get commission. So what does it do again? Okay, yeah, so it doesn't care. So we actually have to do a check on these. There it is. I status. Should this care about this? No, I don't think it should. Let's look at add commission. Okay, so I've made this because if I need to do other things, then I can handle it here instead of putting everything inside of this one area. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think it's fine if we do it this way, because we know that if their status changes, right, if the status of this changes to anything else, then it's no longer on that array. So that array should be pretty safe to work with in this way. Yeah. I was just checking parts that it's doing the transition with. We haven't made NPC accepted yet for obvious reasons. We haven't made the NPC smart enough to do that yet. Okay, so the very first thing that we want to do then is clear the commissions. And then we want to... So to be clear, this will only clear submissions. Won't clear it won't clear the other one. It could potentially do it because remove commission handles both, but clear commissions will only get things from the commission list and send it. And then again, the benefit of doing it this way rather than just calling clear like I was about to is if I need additional logic to fire off here, we can do that. So one example of that might be to call an emit on that this was changed. But I'm not going to do that for this because we already have this happening here. But we could. Okay. Thinking. All right, I think this is good. I think this is safe. We already built into add commission. I believe we did. The max commission. There's a max commission limit, right? So if we do add commission, we want to make sure that we haven't passed the max commission. Okay. So we can have this return this instead. I don't think that's going to stick, but for now I can keep that there. Well, let me know if it actually added the commission or not. Where's that thing? Accept submissions. Accept commissions. Here we go. This isn't correct anymore? Instead, we want to do something like if. Okay, good enough. Alright, so this ensures that we won't go past that cap when we're accepting commissions, so the UI won't bug out. Then we also have the nice fact that we have this here now, so we can actually just check that on the UI before we even try to make the, so we can disable the button to accept if we're already maxed out. Okay, so now we need to create this random mission stuff. I don't even know how this is going to work, I'll be honest. Where there is a will, there's a way. So this is accepting the commission board. I think it's expecting back out the mission details. Okay, so for this, okay, I think I know what I need. So let's start with the enemy. Do we have an enemy table? Yeah, we do. Okay. I don't think we want to do it here. Yeah, we don't want to do it here. Probably the location table. Does it store region information? Is what matters. Yes, it does. Get location, region. Current locations, get. Got it. Okay, take a look over here. There we go. So this is how I haven't had to touch this side heavily in a while. And, you know, I should give myself a moment to appreciate that much of this stuff is behind me. It was such a chore building out all of this stuff, but now that it's gone and done, it's nice to just have it there. But I've made it so that way. Basically, when I first started making this project, it was in my head that I wanted it to be something that people could mod, right? Like if you wanted to add new regions or add new information, whatever, I wanted to make that as linear a process as possible. And so I approached data from that angle, where creating a new region is simply just going to the location table and then adding in a new region over here, right? You'd have to also know how to create tiles and add those in, but that's a Godot thing. I wasn't sure if I wanted to create a whole API for that. But yeah, so this is storing these different regions. So we have the Dense Valley region. And now the question is, well, does Dense Valley know? Does this region of Dense Valley know? Yeah. That's, yeah. But, so the idea is that this, I need to expand this a little bit. Basically, the dungeons know what enemies are in the dungeons. Like if I go here, there's an enemy table in the dungeons, right? So we just need a method that will tap into the region, get the dungeons, tap their enemy table, and then spit out all of the enemies and their relative levels back to this. So when I call the location table, we can do that. So let's make two functions here that we need. We need hold on. Actually, we don't need to go here. Pretty sure we don't need to go here. A quick way to find out. No, we do need to go there. Yes, that's what I was actually just talking about. These are resources that are that I've made in the past that I'm just happy that I've done. That I don't have to do again. These are all my data structure for the game. So let me actually unhide this. Everything that's in red here is my resource folder. Right, so all of my game's resources, oops, all of my game's resources. So let's talk about file structure for a second. Project structure is however you want it, but I made it as simple as I could for myself. All of my assets tend to go here. I try to keep those separate. Assets and scripts work off of the same logic, which is yeah. So the assets and scripts work off of the same logic. It's that anything that goes in here are stuff that will appear in the project in multiple areas, right? There's not like this one scene that this is going to be in, it's anywhere. So those just go into the general assets. Then you have composition. Composition is like, okay, so this is the scene for the game environment, and then this is the script for the game environment, right? So anything that is unique to that scene is part of its composition. So if I needed to like build for some reason a game environment, I could just go here, get this, and know that all of the stuff that's inside, like the mini game over here, right? I have my mini game, and then I have inside of that all of the stuff that's related for that specific mini game, right? And this is just the main UI. This is all of the stuff that's inside of the main UI, like the toaster, civil UI, all this other stuff. But this is composition. Resources are very similar to composition in that any resource that's tied to its specific thing is typically just in its own. So like loot related resources, like items and stuff like that, loot tables, things like that. So in this case, we were looking for locations. So the locations, these are the two locations that I've made so far. Again, there are others, but those are just assets. I haven't actually turned them into data yet. So yeah, over here, it's storing other information. So I had to actually build all of these out, and there's a ton of scripting behind it. It's tedious, but once it's done, you thank yourself because then you don't have to code anymore. It's just doing stuff on the inspector instead. So, we have the dictionary here, and what is the dictionaries? Dense Valley, test. There we go. No, this is the actual room. This is that dungeon that you see me going into all the time, or that time that I showed it to you before. So yeah, when you saw me enter those areas, this is what it's loading. It's going to this resource, and then inside of this resource, it's saying, hey, this is these are the enemies that can appear in that, and so on. 1 second, hold on. Okay, sorry about that. Um, yeah, so getting this stuff done reduces, it's a lot of boilerplate, but once you get the boilerplate out of the way, you're just cooking. So what needs to happen here is I need to get the region from the board. And then from that, I need to get the, tap the location table, and then use that to get the, information that I'm going to need for what enemies and their levels and stuff like that. Oh no, I messed up. I messed up. So, if I wasn't going to try to make it procedurally, what I would do is, you know what, that helps. When I'm in this type of situation, I should just make it myself, and then once I've made it myself, it's easier to picture what it looks like when I'm doing it procedurally. Right, so let's make slay enemy. Let's make the hunting info for slay enemy. Let's actually do that, and then so all of the different locations are now going to start with slay enemy on them. So let's do that first before we try to do something random. Where is it? It is commission board, I think. Yeah, here we go. So the thing is that this is just like me manually making it. What I want to do is I want to be able to tap the region and then get all list of the enemies in that region randomly, select from that list, and then have that be the monster that gets added to this, right? So we just need to get this working first and foremost, and then we can worry about all this other stuff. Then once we add the commission, we can just do a print. Okay, man. Thank you for joining. I need to be good about that. I'll try to do it every other day. So, at around the same time. So usually in the morning, for me in the morning at about 8 o'clock. So it's right now 12 o'clock. So I'll definitely post and notify. But thanks for joining, and thanks for the conversation. Alright, take care and good luck with your projects, man. Alright, let's test this thing out now. Okay. So the way that this is set up is that this is called create, if you recall, from when we create a city. So only cities will have this, right? And the goal isn't to get it to run on the UI quite yet. We could, but that's another step. The goal is to get it to print this part, because if this is working, then that makes things a lot easier. So we just need to print that the data is being pushed through properly. Moment of truth. Let's give it a shot. Could not resolve external class location table. Something is wrong with the location table. Location table? Ah, okay. There we go. Alright, now let's try it. Okay. So, invalid. It's trying to... what line are you getting stuck at? Definitions, rewards. Okay, hunt info doesn't have rewards. This is what I meant before when I said that there's certain things are just safer when you use get. Ah, whoops. There we go. So... So the target hunt info, the targets, and this is expecting a type of array. For right now, we're just going to leave these as blank arrays, but I want to make a function that will populate these. Okay, this is it. This is what I was looking for. I was getting confused between this and this. I was like, where is 0? And then I looked down. I was like, ah, there it is. Okay, now it makes sense. So, and then we're just passing in. Gotcha. Okay, so the first thing that we need to pass in is that. Gotcha. This one's gonna be tricky. I think we have it over here, quest conditions. And the name of the quest that we're looking for is should complete before. Alright, let me get rid of that, so now we understand what's going on. So this needs to actually be an array. And here we want to put should complete quest condition. Actually, I think we can just do this. And quest condition itself will handle that. And then we need to put in the definition for should complete before. So we need to look at quest conditions. What is should complete before looking for? The requirement. Okay, so I was halfway there. There we go. That should do the trick. Alright, so we tell it to go to should complete before. Once we run the create here, this will know what this is, and should just do the trick. Okay, next one. There should be a bunch of these also. No, we're not seeing them yet. Enemy targets on base ref counted. What? Invalid access. Enemy targets on base. Slay enemy mission. Oh, this doesn't exist anymore. That's right. We changed this. It's called something params now, if I remember correctly. Mission params or something like that. Yeah. Where is it? Mission params. Yeah, this was like a debug for that. Yeah, that doesn't serve a purpose anymore. Next bug. Her. What's the issue? Invalid access, property, targets. I think it's just target. And this doesn't exist. I think it's mission rewards. Yeah. Okay, now let's try it. What next? Okay, let's do this way. We'll get a chance to see what keys are there. So the debug gave back the player's name, which is first. Player's last name is player. So it's giving me back myself, which is fine. I told it to do that right here when I set this to true. I just wanted to get past this point effectively. So basically the player can create their own commission if I set that to true. But we have a problem. Nothing's being pumped in. Or whatever is being pumped in is not what I thought was, I think. This is very, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's doing the right thing. I just did it wrong. So I'm trying to figure out, what the heck am I looking at? So according to this, there's something called enemy name and reward. So where did enemy name come from? Is what I'm trying to figure out. Because inside of mission details, we tell it to create target. Right? Where did enemy name come from? Yeah, we have nothing coming back with enemy name. Yet still, it's right there. Okay, what is this? Where are we? mission board. Gotcha. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what it's doing. So this is actually just empty, is what it's trying to tell me. Okay. Basically, it's saying it didn't actually add anything. Targets. Do this. Find out what's happening in herd info. Print. Okay, so here we go. It did it twice, which it's doing it twice because that means like 2 different areas picked up on the player. This is the player's ID, player's name, and the target is the prototype. We need to kill 3 of them, I guess. The reward is empty. This is fine. Why is the reward empty though? Uh-oh. Right. We have conditions, we have the reward, and we have the target. Parsing. Generate. We are in generate, right? Yeah. Okay. Add item. So this is saying basically when we do this that it's not finding the item. So confusing. Once this is done, I'm going to be happy. Put it that way. Just be happy this is behind. Take the list. Get the item. How about this? When you get to see what's actually added to that list. Each fine. Nice. Okay. And then when we send it to slay enemy, wait, what? Okay, I think I see the problem. This is not coming back properly. I see the problem. I think it's reward, not rewards. But it should be rewards. Where is it? Mission details. Yeah, it's reward. There we go. Okay, now let's try this. Yeah. Don't know why it switched back to array. But there we go. Still didn't pick up on anything. So I need to go through this step by step. We do know that the first step is working, so that's a good thing. Commission board, so we don't need to look at this. This is working fine. The slay enemy step is where we need to be. Good. So we have targets and rewards. Targets. Thought I changed all of these from target to targets. Grr. Grr. I don't even see A coming up, so something happened up there. I want to see if B comes up. Okay, B comes up. But it's coming up as target. Should be coming up as targets. But even this still. Alright, let's mark it off. What's messing with it? Okay. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Nice. There we go. Nice. Okay. All right. Beautiful. I'm gonna turn off the player just to see like if it'll grab a nearby NPC instead. It should, but we don't know, so let's find out. Yep, it did. So instead of doing this, let's actually do this. What? No. There should be something. Generate description. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so it gets cooked. The description gets cooked down. Let's actually handle that last. Did I do it right? Oh no. Where are you? Here we go. Oh, no, we did do it right. So the description isn't working. What the heck? What the heck just happened? Is generate description being called too early? Okay, I see the problem. Odd. Still didn't work. Are we setting the mission parameters before we even get here, or what's happening? I think we're not. One sec. I think we're setting the mission params down here. Is that what it is? Yes. Right here is the problem. But this can't be called here. Let's give it a shot. Aha. Okay. This is fine. This is perfectly fine. So now I think we're gonna call it here. I need to take a break, but this was a good place to stop. Okay. I feel this is a good place. All right, let's stop there.